redeeming the first. I don't know what's going on with my connection. It seems to be really bad. I might have to restart. Or maybe there's something downloaded and I just don't know what it is. It's worth creating some of the applications in the background. I am very tired today. Kind of all day. Everyone's ill but me. I was ill last week, if you know, but everyone's ill now, so I'm looking after everyone. I went to see the new Spider-Man movie today, which was really good, but of course, it takes out of you when you do that. And then, oh, okay, it could be because I'm talking quite quietly, to be fair. So I don't know. Okay. Let me know if I get louder. It could be a lot of reasons, like the fact that my mic's not in my mouth, and like, oh. Is that better? I don't know. You can tell when I'm having like a good day because of my whole. Yeah, the mic not being near my face is probably going to be the reason it was struggling. I'll turn the sound up a bit now. That being said, something's still stealing all of my internet. I don't know what it is, so I'm just going to close some stuff in the background and hope eventually I'll find what it is. Is the connection still janky? I'm dropping frames like a boss right now. Don't know why. Don't know what's going on. It looks fine for you. Oh, okay. It could be because there's very little going on right now. So in my wisdom, I decided. In my wisdom, I was going to try and get into the game before streaming. And I was in the queue 8:30. and I'm still going. And I was just like, look, I might as well just bloody stream. Might as well. That's why I've called this one Queue Walker. Oh, damn. Is there something on today? Well, no, there's been a lot of press coverage recently of this game because of the fact that it's breaking records of the amount of new players, and because of the most recent recent expansion, where it's like the final chapter of the game, like in its entirety. This is where they tie up the entire game, and then start the sort of the next chapter. So like this is going to be a lot of like, you know, like when you watch movies and like the very last film they start reintroducing like the old characters from the past, and you re-meet them and you kind of go, oh yeah, there's that person I met all those many years ago. They're kind of doing that, where everyone sort of pops up and you kind of go, oh geez. Also today is the start of the winter festival, like the game's winter festival. Essentially like kind of like Christmas, but not, because they're trying to be like non-religious about it. But yeah, I am struggling today. Oh, I'm so tired. and this queuing is not doing my sanity any good. And I was sitting here just in this room, in this orange light. You're gonna put me to the test. All right. What test are you gonna put me to? Oh God. You know I don't have a drink. You just know it. Look, oh boy. Oh boy. You have failed the test. Damn it. Damn it, Emma. Go get a drink, alright. I gotta find the energy now to even get off the damn chair. That's how bad it is for me right now. Oh, I've got a story to tell you about yesterday. I'll tell you when I get back. Alright, I'm back. I am back. I have successfully got myself a drink. Oh god, strong. Oh. I bought these new drinks. I think it's from Tesco's. And it's like quadruple concentrated, like 4 times concentrated, which means you need like a tablespoon for like half a pint, and I keep getting it wrong. So I end up having an incredibly unnecessarily strong drink, which is not great. But my story from yesterday I shall share with you today. I discovered a streamer called Chris. Now, Chris is an artist, a designer, writer, also a streamer. And they were streaming last night. No, yesterday, I think it was. Yeah. They were streaming they were doing like a 12 streams of Christmas thing, and they did like a 14-hour marathon thing. I don't know if you've ever. I don't know if you have. You might have. I don't know. Inoxian is their handle. You raided them last night? Are you serious? Oh. I was going to say, that would be too coincidental, really. They stream 5 PM GMT Wednesday to Sunday. But they did this 12 streams of Christmas thing. And they're raising money for mermaids. And as you know, I too have raised money for mermaids. So I helped them out. in the only way I could. But they were streaming while Twitch was having issues and whatnot. Yes, I did tweet about it. I absolutely did tweet about it because I was trying to encourage people to go and check out their content. They were Scottish and they were quite funny. I say quite funny, they were really funny, but you know me, I'm not one for over exaggerating. Oh god, this is hard work for me today. I was in two minds whether or not what to do tonight. There is literally, it's like the end of the year and so many people are streaming charity streams. Yeah, well, as you know, I lost my job beginning of the month, so I'm struggling as it is. I gave what I could, and that's about as much as I can do now. It's pretty much me done for the bloody year. Update on my parcel situation. I opted for just telling my wife to not look in the box. I literally was like, there's a big box in the small room, leave it alone. I didn't see anything, Emma. I saw nothing. I don't know what we're talking about. What £10? We all know you don't have £10. Yeah, do you want to? I know I say photos of it, but seriously, it's massive. It's like huge, and I'm not exaggerating. It's like massive. How am I supposed to hide this? Just how? No, because this is recorded, and my wife could watch it and then find out what it is, and that would be defeating the purpose. Or even worse, could be like she could be outside the room right now listening in and listening to me tell everyone what it is. I could give a hint, but I'm not gonna. Oh, we're in the game. That only took an hour and a half. No. Yeah, an hour and a half. It only took an hour and a half. I'm so proud of myself for being diligent. Okay. So from the last time we played, I have done very little. I moved this to a new area where we have the group and I basically came here, and there we go. I've got a new sword and a new armor set. This one. Okay. A new sword. This one. It blows. You're very behind. Oh no. It's kind of hard to remember how to zoom in and out using the thing. Just wave like crazy. I don't think I'm going to need that, to be fair, tonight. I have no qualms. I have no belief that I'm just going to suddenly get absolutely trounced by anything or anyone. I have not got that disillusion at all. I'm just going to ride my horse and see how the day goes. see where it takes me. I think we're heading over here. Oh, look at those guys running. It's weird how there's... What? Oh. Well, someone said my name then, it turned out to be the bot. What was that all about? Oh, Jordan. That's cool. Excuse me, sir. No. Yeah, thank you. We're right on the train tracks now. Oh, the train's derailed. Runaway train. Kinda seem to want to go this way. Oh, it's over there. It's up that hill there. Choo choo. We could do some roulettes in a minute. Break up the monotony of running around. But the story is so deep and so cool. I am all for that. Sorry, I was still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now you're here, though. I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running around about, so I'll leave space around the fire for others. As you can tell, they're far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but we're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Sure. I will just poke them, and then poke them, and eventually they'll go, oh, and they'll go. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it takes time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emalian's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out, to make sure everyone gets one. How did he know exactly how many we needed? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies it will return with vengeance. Got 4 in total. How did he know? Warming technique? I've never heard such a thing. No harm in trying. Tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what happened. It's nothing but ruins now. A few buildings still standing offer no more than meagre protection from snow and wind. Food production, water purification. The magic that sustains this has come to a grinding halt. That machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum, of course. Cerulean engines is full of the stuff. All the good that does us, no one knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, that sweet liberation is that? Oh, what sweet liberation is that? Is it poison by any chance? Haha, it was a joke. A joke, haha, ha ha ha. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek there and fell. Here are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire. Christ, our brethren, lie dead or live on the puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar, then the morning came, Parliament was no more. In the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the dishevelled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they snuffed mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Is it cowardly to know better? No, it's likely not. What do you want? Trying to help you here. Oh, yeah. Tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. Oh, cutscene time. What is this? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Ammonius it is. Assuming I get these words right, I don't know for sure. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like the others. Because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, a ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we've always hoped to take back what was once ours. This solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Ooh. My character did not like that. Sorry, what did you just say to me? What's that? Let's drink it. You crazy. You cray-cray. So, this is what you gave the others. Thank you, I'll save it for later. Just drink it. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Lecatus and Gallus group heading towards the Magna Glaciers a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? I have no idea what you're saying to me, so I'm assuming yes. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vigilia and her men are all there now? How did you reach the Magna Glaciers? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Are you telling her all our secrets? Airships? Then there might be a way to... Licinia. Where is everyone? Is something a matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby, a masty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legolas, then surely a few beasts should pose a threat. If you'd mind, if you've got, I can't even say the words now. My brain is just. Oh boy. On top of that, to even reach that there, we have to make a way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the officer is strong enough to travel to your camp. If the office still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect to give up your own supplies, but there might be enough way to play the tappers. Is the ceruleum you need? The ceruleum you'll have. That's how I roll. It's getting really hard for me to read these. So my brain reads it and then my voice just cuts out. Headed down to the other place. I'm not going to bother fighting them monsters if I can help it. I'll just run past them. People just stood around. A burly tapper, you say? Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? Huh. If the purebloods over the Victor spoils hadn't given a location, you'd never found us. Those stuck-up beeps thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha, looks like the boot is on the other foot. Now the capital's gone to. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If you think he will give in to your timidity. If you think we'll give in to intimidation, you've got another thing coming. Okay. Let's do this then. Just stop, please, considering me intimidated. fun. Am I dead yet? Nice. Don't mess with me. Love your stream title. Q Walker indeed. I'm 1400 in the queue right now. I started off in queue place 2734. And it took me an hour and a half to get to this point. I started a stream when we were at about 400. I thought I was safe enough to do that. Yeah, it does feel like the game's called Q Walker these days. I know they're giving you extra extra game time, but it's still. Ah, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm Noxie. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Jason Godsend. It's a real pleasure, and I am having one of those days where you've had a long day and you're really struggling. I'm having one of those days, and I'm also trying to almost narrate what has been said because I have no idea if you can actually read the text on the screen. And to be fair, if I just started reading it would literally be madness because I'd be saying nothing for like 15 minutes. Nice to meet you. You can call me Jay if you like. Alright, Jay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Yeah, well, I'm currently streaming this content. I'm very much a variety streamer. I don't specifically stream one type of content. I've just got back off holiday and sickness, so I've been out of the streaming thing for approximately 3 weeks, almost a month, and this got released while I was ill, and I've done one prior stream, and this is my second stream. I have been playing. I won't lie. I have been playing. You're a variety streamer too. You mostly play Final Fantasy 14 and Dead by Daylight. I've tried Dead by Daylight. I'm not a massive fan of the game, to be absolutely honest. I like the concept and the fact that you have different abilities, and it's very much a collaborative game. I suppose if I had friends I played with, it'd probably be a better game. But I didn't get on with it very much. I went in as level 1 and absolutely got killed a lot of times. And that kind of put me off playing it. Feels like a game that you have to really commit to get good at. Yeah, it's much better friends. That's good to hear, at least. But yeah, I play a lot of different types of games, but my current game I'm playing, as you can see, is Final Fantasy 14. I've been playing this for a long time, but as in the game itself, not streaming it. But I really, really love I really love the story. I really love the characters, and I thought, why not? Might as well play something I genuinely like playing on my stream. So that's what I thought I'd do. So when do you whereabouts are you from, Jay? And yeah, the story is absolutely amazing. Whereabouts are you from, and when do you stream? Share your story with us. I don't mind. I need to do some narration. This is where you're gonna realise how terrible I am. Just after you left, I don't say the name. Lycidia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let it slip. I have little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is a tapper's den. Well then, after you. Look at you, Elise, coming to give me a hand. Bless you. You're from Florida. You normally stream on the weekends and stream randomly on weeknights. You know what? I did have a schedule. My schedule was Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the weekend, one day of the weekend. But that's somewhat changed because of stuff happening, personal life stuff, and depression and whatnot. So I now just Tuesdays and Thursdays at the moment while I pick myself back up. And like I said, I've been ill and stuff, and you can probably tell. No doubt, you probably tell. I'm not very well now. Still, I'm struggling quite a bit. Sweating. I am literally sweating. No, it's horrible. So I'm just taking it easy and just playing a game what I like to play, while hopefully just making some good friends on the way. But yes, amazing, and thank you for joining me this evening. I say this evening, I'm in the UK, so it's 10:30 for me. Who are you and what happened to the guards? It pains me to hear that Cutie like you have such awful bouts of depression. Yeah. Thank you for calling me cute. I say rarely. I don't like. I'm from Britain. We don't know how to deal with positive like statements like that, or nice we don't know how to deal with niceties. We're not taught. But yeah, I've had it for how long have I been in this place? Probably since 2018. No, 2008. Boy, that's a long time. Yeah, I've been this way since 2008. Since my mum passed away. And it comes back. It goes away for a while, and everything's good, and it comes back. You don't pick and choose. It just happens. You could be having the best day, and it will just come along, and it will just take over. But the whole point in this stream and what I do is I'm very much like, you lost your mum in 2011, so you know exactly what you mean. That I lost, yeah. Well, I lost, I lost my mum to cancer. That was hard, and then very close to that, I lost my granddad to cancer as well. Oh no, breast cancer for me. I say for me, for my mum. She had both her mammaries removed to try and stop it, and it wasn't enough. Anyway. Thank you for the subscribe. Thank you, Jay. That's really genuine of you. Generous of you. I don't know if you can see this. I've got my Noxie bot to highlight people's subscriptions stuff. So you've given Purple Rage his first subscription, Celerat first subscription, and you helped a real dear friend of mine subscribe for the 4th month in a row. One of my closest friends subscribed for 10 months in a row, and my mother-in-law.
You helped my mother-in-law subscribe for 12 months in a row. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I didn't expect this at all. I promise you, I do have more enthusiasm normally. Oh, Jay, thank you. Careful, you get me upset. It's generally, yeah, it's tough. But you'll get to know me if you come back and you watch and join in the community. You'll understand that. Yeah. Thank you. No, you didn't upset me. Not at all. It's the idea of people being just that generous, and kind and loving. It kind of makes you like appreciate stuff. It's not often I get to speak to people that have had a similar backstory to me as well. Losing family and becoming an orphan when you're what, 27? Not how the world should work. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I'm so lucky. So lucky I've met so many nice people while doing this. I just want to help. I just want to entertain people and give people a safe space to be themselves. That's all I want to do. That's all I want to do. I miss my mum every day. Some days are worse than others, but I have a very sweet, loving husband who helps me get through my tussies of depression. Yeah, my wife, she is my rock. Absolutely, she is. She's currently unwell with a cold, I think. And my daughter, she's also ill with a cold. So both of my most important women in my life are very ill right now, and they rely on me. And this is when the depression decided to kick in. So it's an absolute fight to do stuff. Anyway, I better do some. I'm gonna do some reading. Thank you, Jay. You are an incredible, wonderful human person. I don't deem myself too much as a human. Sometimes I deem myself more as a frog boy. Hence the frog emotes that are gifted throughout my stream. I like to think of myself somewhat of a tech-phibian. That's a weird word, I know, tech-phibian. But it's because I live in both the real world and online. I think that kind of suits very well. Frogs and lizards your favourite. See, now that is definitely a sign that you belong here. Hold on. Sorry, Final Fantasy VII. For a second, hold on. So, welcome to my just chatting screen. I typically I sometimes use this at the beginning of my streams, but I've been somewhat busy as of late, as you can probably gather. And behind me, in that vivarium just there, is my Froggo. His name's Kitsu. He is like, I want to say like 10 years old, but he's probably older than that. I don't remember, to be honest. But he's in there, my little Froggo. And my whole channel is devoted to frogs. Even my Discord is called The Marsh because frogs and reasons. Frogs are my thing. I've loved frogs all of my life. And my wife took me to a pet store to get a frog. And I've loved it ever since. They're exactly like me, by the way. Incredibly lazy. And low maintenance. He's a white street frog, if you want to know. It's called a white street frog. It's dumpy white street frog because he's quite small as well. But yeah, I thought I'd do a screen so you could see the thing behind me. It's clearer in this video, in this screen, sorry, than it is on the other one. Anyway, go back to live stream. Here we go. Right. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why the hell would you pass up the chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Okay. Let me guess, none of you are Guardian. You're brought here from the other lands? Gar Abana, Zankia, Bolja, Damaska, to name but a few. I'm dragged here against our will. I was fled. Others. This is such a. What's up, Bob? Oh, that's so cute. I have a bearded dragon, but I've been looking into getting a red-eyed tree frog. Oh my god. A red-eyed tree frog would be absolutely amazing, but they are so fragile. And I want to be able to hold my frog. I like to hold my frog. I like to stroke it every now and then. And the white tree frog are a little bit more resilient to the oils in your skin, whereas a white tree frog is just not adapted to that. So if you want to hold a white tree frog, you have to wear gloves. And that's not good. That's not good enough for me. I want to stroke my slime boy. I want to stroke him. I'll have my moments. I went to a woods once, and there was like a pile of like wood, and I was going through it, and I found a common toad in this pile of wood. I picked it up, and I stroked it, and I looked at it, and it sat in my hand for ages, and all the little kids and stuff that were there, were like absolutely excited about this toad, sorry. And I literally put it down, and it didn't panic once. Like, it didn't freak out at all during the entire time it was in my care. And I was just like, it clearly knows that I'm that I'm to be trusted. All put to work extracting ceruleum are given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means that nothing in New Garlemald saves we, but about the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is the Cerulia Ingens. still sustaining this even if our paymaster's out of the picture. One of my friends has an African bullfrog. He's the cutest little amphibian. He's smart too. He even knows how to croak with a specific croak for food. That's so cool. Weirdly, Kitsu, who sits behind me, used to croak when I streamed back like a few months ago. But he got so used to me being here chatting away that he doesn't croak as much anymore. He croaks only when I basically spray his Viv, because you have to keep the humidity up in his vivarium. So when I spray his Viv with water, he croaks then, and he gets very excited. It's almost like it was like he's singing in the rain, which is the cutest thing if you think about it like that. He genuinely likes being like the water's being sprayed around. It's his little moment of joy. And he sort of sings and stuff. It's great. I think I shared a video of him croaking on my Discord if you're ever interested in taking a gander at that. I can't remember if I did it or not. If I haven't, I'll find it and add it to the so people can see that. Yeah. We hear you're experts in drawing up cerulean from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if cerulean is used much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. It should. Oh, you already joined. Oh, welcome. It should be in pets. There's like a pets section with a little frog note, little frog icon. Should be in there. But welcome to the marsh. Well, you're welcome. You're literally one of the newest members. Not only did you follow, but you subscribed. It's really amazing. And then you gifted 5 subs. That's bloody amazing. Oh boy. I'm gonna go again if I don't focus. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got surrounded by the barrelful if they're interested. We'll exchange it for whatever provisions are willing to spare. You can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there's nothing left for us. Thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we require working here were practically useless outside of Garlemald. Just saw someone's tarantula. I do not do spiders. Oh, sorry. Maybe I should have done some kind of... I don't know. Should I warn people of that? I don't know. That's Crystal. That's Crystal's tarantulas. Crystal's like one of my oldest friends. It's okay, the axolotl made up for it. There's a fair few cute pets in there, I won't lie. I think I've got my cats in there as well, but my froggo's my pride and joy, as they say. One thing you'll notice is I rarely share stuff of my personal life as in photos of my family and stuff, because the Discord's mostly about this community, and so I'd like to try and keep it that way, if that makes sense. So we're staying for the time being long, as there's a need for cerulean. We'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald, as we knew it, is gone for good. Gone for good? How close to 500 followers I've got already. Oh my god, your white's so cute. Still looking for the videos though, but I've seen some pictures. I swear I put them in there. I can't remember where I put them, to be honest. I'm sure I did. Animal Family, that was what it was. You're right at the top, probably. Knowing me. It's been a while since I've done it. More tarantulas, my cats. More tarantulas, doggos, birdos. There's a bearded frog in there, some snakes, cats. Sorry, I'm looking at my Discord now, trying to find the video myself. Kitsu. Doing Kitsu things. Oh no, he's not. I didn't put it in there. Why did I put it in there? Oh, that's on me, that is. I need to find it and put it in there. Oh, you found him, sing it. There you go. that singing is just after he's been sprayed. He's just been sprayed with some water, and that's his little song he sings. His little rap, 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 rap. It's my favourite. I thought I put it in there. I can't remember if I did or not. My old Kitsu singer. Such a... This is happy song. It is his happy song. He's so old. I couldn't believe it. He is. There you go. Kitsu sings. 22nd of April. I knew I did it. That was on. I put it on because I couldn't upload the video properly, so I had to put it on YouTube. So I did it through my own personal. So because I got a YouTube channel, I put it through that, but unlisted, so it could still be hosted, but it wasn't on my channel per se. For many, that would be cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life would be turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed by the Empire in the Empire's name, perhaps it's for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories, should that be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting to Ceruleum. Oh, I got a new piece of armor set. Pewter leg, coffer. I wonder if it's actually in my... I'm going to the wrong ones now. There we go, it's in there. Sweet. Right. Jamek is amendable to making a deal. So you've come seeking Ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Ball sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, I can't even say the name here. Sinia? Got a little sister to think about. A sister, but only saw Cindy and the 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused it at first, but thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I could spare a bottle's worth of Ceruleum. It's a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? That's a true businessman. I can't for the life of me think why Cindy would keep a secret since... Can't for the life of me think why... I've got dyslexia, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm struggling with words. It is literally, like, hard to read sometimes. Would keep a sister secret from us. but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Brain just cuts out when it doesn't like what's reading sometimes. There's Mosey. Back on the flying. Back on the road again. Okay, this time. Go back. Oh wait, I'm gonna do it. Okay, that way. Be quicker. Should I do a roulette while we do this, or should we just keep going for now? I mean, I'm high enough level to keep going for now, to be honest. I don't need to do roulettes at the moment, but doing roulettes will give me money and stuff, so I can kick myself out later, potentially. It's a chunk of time. I don't know. I'll think about it. God, I'm sweating so much. It's not even hot in here. Bloody hell. I'm slowly drinking my super strong cordial drink. My squash, as we got here. Hey, it's Elise. Wait, they've gone. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alpha Node would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I look inside the house where you look outside. They can't have gone far. Let's look around the back of the house initially. Oh, look. Straight away found them. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. Can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, and then you swoop. Here to help. What rot? All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, we've got a bigger problem. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true. Yesenia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put them in her pocket to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How can you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with some sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Our guardians should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, and be corrupted by your vile magics. We are waiting for the chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how the Cindy and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and then theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. I mean, these guys are desperate enough to stab you in the back, so be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Oh, running into the thing. Running into the thing. That's how I do my job now. Southwest. Okay, it's not here. Okay, fair enough. Onwards! Footprints. There's 2 sets this time. 2 sets of footprints. Young women, judging by the size. It is definitely them. Come on. How you know? You have women all different sizes in this world. There's no stairs here. Down there, round a bit, it's probably better to be fair. Oh, more footsteps. Oh, someone doing some herbalism over there. Okay. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her alien sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Where do I go? This is a big area that I need to check. Oh wait, what's that over there? Sparkling away. There's an empty bottle there. You missed a new person. I think Jay's still here. I don't know for sure, but we have a new member of the community called Jay, and they are amazing. They've joined, they followed, they subscribed, they gifted subs. Honestly, it was incredible. They gave Chimpy and DD subs, which is really nice as well. And they also gave wet paper, half burned in snow, appears to be a flyer of a theatre group, though running show advertised long since ended. Look for sparkles in the snow. There's more sparkles over there by that thing. Oh, fresh blood. Oh no. Oh, I'll fight. Oh no, wrong button. No! They also joined our Discord. They are TechPhibian now. Come on, I'll take him out. There we go. that's not good. Fresh blood means there's been an injury. Blood stain in the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Oh no. I hope they're okay. Sorry, buzzer went with buzzer for laundry went off. I'm back now though. Hey, welcome back. You don't have to say so. You never have to say sorry. There is no expectations here. Oh no, oh no, I know, I don't want to see this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this. No, 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 no. No, no. No. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They're both dead, aren't they? Why did they do that? Why did they run? Please help them. Maybe should I change? Maybe if I change to my. The two bodies are. Two bodies are already cold. Boy. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, it's hard. It's hard to watch or even look at or even talk. Oh no. Cutscene time. This is gonna be hard. Why did they run? Why did they run? We could have helped them, saved them.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
Yeah, that is creepy. Very creepy.
No.
Sorry, Lethe.
Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic.
Crazy.
We should have. I should have.
Why would we have known? There's no way we could have known.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Yeah, we turn up with dead bodies. That's going to be a terrible
Maybe
idea.
we don't belong here, but neither did they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
They might think that we did it. Oh, it's dangerous, that is. That's a good idea. Bury them.
I heard the story about Varus's voice.
Oh, being hydrated. Thank you for the hydrate.
Of course, I didn't believe it. But Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all.
I feel
want to
cheated. I
understand.
expected you to dump it on yourself
So
like the
I'm going to
gift.
borrow this for a while, if that's all right.
I was looking for hydration gifts that involved a frog, and that one was the one that spoke to me the most because I love Kermit the Frog a lot. And then I was like, I need some sounds to go with this. So I actually found a free stock sound of just water being sploshed, and then I did some tweaking where I timed it so that the two matched. Took me ages, but I really wanted it to work, and that was the outcome. There's a lot of them, by the way. There's a lot of 298 in the queue. Yes, you've almost passed the main story quest of the queue walker. Oh, I love that. I used to have a longer one, like one that went on for ages, but it went on a little bit too long. So I will make another one and probably cut it down. There should be an achievement for spending so long in a queue. What they've done is they've decided to stop selling the game. So you can't buy the game anymore at the moment. They've stopped you being able to buy the game because the queues are too long. And for everyone who is they need to bring you on it. They need to bring you on as a dev. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, what they're giving, like, they originally gave 7 days of free game time. They've now given an extra 14 days, so it's ended up as 21 days of free game time. And that's going to be added to everyone's account because of this.
You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders.
My brother who plays this with us. Yeah, my brother who plays this with us. When he sees that there's a free week, because they do a lot of this. They do like a week for free a lot. He won't subscribe. He'll wait until the free week. He'll play it and then resubscribe at the end of the week. He sees it as them giving him money back. I am a great games tester too, in that I occasionally try the games that Pidgeoff makes for uni and break them. And that's what a tester is supposed to do, break shit. Absolutely. Actually, it's one of the skills I have, is finding exploits and cracks in people's games. There's a game I used to play that the developers were like proud that no one was able to beat until they met me, and I figured out how to beat it by making the boss stand in a certain place, which caused it to basically stay in that one location, and then I was able to wail on it whilst basically defending myself constantly. True, but he can't often replicate it. No, actually, it's so true. When you break something, and then the person who's made it tries to replicate it, it's actually quite hard to do because, of course, you can't always get the circumstances exactly in the same way. Amazon should have hired testers. Maybe the new world wouldn't have flopped so tragically. Yeah, but let's be fair, Amazon tried once before, it failed horrifically, and they tried again,
it didn't fail as horrifically, but still quite horrifically.
But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Oh, what, the Fire game? Was it Fire Girl, whatever it was? I've heard that the New World is good. It's just there's a lot of things they still need to fix. Yeah, it's still salvageable. That's what I've heard. That it can still possibly be a good game. I mean, New World's biggest issue wasn't so much the game itself. It was the fact that it was causing certain graphics cards to over-accelerate and burn out. I've never known that to happen, but apparently they pulled it off somehow. You clipped into a room that you wasn't supposed to be in yet. I've done that so many times. I've managed to do things like that a lot. Poor bugger. That's quite sad. So desperate to sort of trying to not get magicked. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Probably not, to be fair. That was the first game key I successfully got from the Keymailer site. Oh well, congratulations on that. I've got a few from them, to be honest. Well, that and people kept finding ways to duplicate items and gold. They would patch it out, but someone would find another way and patch that out, and then they find another way. There's been 3 different duplication cheats so far. Yeah, to be fair, that's true. Oh boy, it's always hard when it's like things like this. Some new feet. I've been on the site since January of last year, or this year. Oh, it's not waiting for a key as such, it's waiting for a developer to send you a key. So basically how it works is that you go on there and you register your interest in different games. And so you can like say, I want to play these games. And then the developer will look at your profile and decide whether or not it thinks that you have, or will make a decision whether or not to give you a key. So this key that Emma recently got could have been one that she requested maybe last month. That makes sense. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them, someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is to make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedies. So let us linger here no more. Come. Ah, I see. Yeah, it's kind of like getting a job. You know, how they want you to have experience, but they won't let you gain experience. That's so true, Emma. I think I'm very, very fortunate in the fact that I have been doing this kind of streaming thing for a while now. And I say for a while, as you know, it's not that. It's hard. It's complicated. But people look at my profile, they think I'm bigger than I am, which is great and not. I remember once I was like interested in a key. I got offered a key, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And then they started chasing me to see if I'd played the game yet.
And I'm like, I just about have time to do this. Don't have one. Yeah. Elise and Alphino tell me you've finished perimeter. I can't talk today. Cannot talk. Elise and Alphino tell me they've finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. 148 in a queue. What server are you on, out of interest? Wait, so long for someone to say yes and then got 2 in one day. So what was the other one you got? Or is that a to be announced one? What server are you on, Jay? Stuffed. Oh, is that the teddy bear one? I'm on Ether. I don't know where Ether is. I don't know if it's on my data center or not. Oh wait, it doesn't matter anymore. Didn't they fix it so you can go on any server now? I thought they fixed it so you can go. I thought that you can go in any data center now. Oh, they postponed it, did they? Ah, it sucks. Because I'm not on Ether, I don't think. I am on an American data center. But I don't think I'm on that one. I think I'm on another one. I actually don't remember which one I'm on. There's North America somewhere. I'm on Primal. Yeah, I'm on Primal. Clearly they're reluctant to provide details. Might I ask you for your account? Oof. What's oof? Oh no, what have I done?
Thank you for your report.
Oh, oof, oh, as in I wish we could play. I would move servers, but honestly, my free company is amazing and really helpful. And I've been on this data center for a while now. I really hope they do bring in that cross data center play, because that would be amazing. I do not suggest switching here, as I think our congestion's worse. Yeah.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the Victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
Oh boy.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified.
I'm gonna put on auto advance so we can just watch the story unfold without me having to press buttons. Here we go.
They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald.
Plays like a cutscene now.
The
That's
assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
This article says a delayed and different 6.0 patch, so it'll come in this expansion, just not in. Okay,
It
that's good
brings
to
to
know.
mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances.
Of
One
course they
after
did.
another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
How rude.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor.
Sorry.
From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Get out the radio.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, These devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
Uh-oh.
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
Yes, please.
I think we do.
Let's all go out.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Jullus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe.
The story's amazing, isn't it?
Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alisaie to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I feel like I'm going to get a decision here. I haven't had that in a while. Hold on, let's get the hat on. There we go. I haven't had bought this in a while. I'm going with you, whether or not.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Eh.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Oh, he's got a gunblade. That's cute. That's cool. He's got a little gunblade. Bless his cottons. He's trying his best. He really is. Ah, boy. Do I carry on story or do I do some level? I don't need to level up yet. Let's keep going. Do I have to level up? And then we can do our roulettes. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. A safe return takes precedence over all else. Remember this. Thancred will, in particular, will be road sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over you and keep. Come on in, Julius. Are you and the children ready? Explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility, and we will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. He's a bit confident, isn't he? Someone who's been captured has now been let go. I would expect nothing less. You have a full cooperation. He's really lucky, really. Oh, there's people flying around, show-offs. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Seminole Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you to where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Elisa and he's Alphinaud. And last but not least, that's Sir. Sir? I haven't heard that before. No matter. Alphinaud and Elisa will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about being in many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you ever think about going for your weapon, deals off. Should any creatures bar the way, we'll go around them. Ready for the dash? Mosey. Run. Where are you taking me for a bear for? I dodged the bear now. Oh boy. Run. Just keep running. I caught off with him a bit. Better not draw attention. That's the station, I presume. There we go. Good, it looks like friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Okay. North of the station is Regmio Dormium, one of the main residential, at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll terrorists rare to give them the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? There's some shoes. From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes on the scene is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. Why would they attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Although we try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event that we are seen, you are to fight them off. Those who will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons, while I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back. I'll take the chance. With that said, let's proceed. No problem. It's unlocked. I see that why your comrades chose you. Eunice, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or the tempered as we call them. The people would need to be taken into custody. That way we can administer the treatment, but they would eventually gain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would be simply forcing them to forsake one's master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people, they're beyond saving. For those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered. For their bleeding hearts come, we have to keep moving. Oh, so grumpy. So grumpy. It's another fight. Someone else has already been here. I should have got my chocobo out. Still can, I suppose. Come on, chocobo.
Got that little bit of extra support. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. Why are you so sure we're going to be following you? Maybe they just don't care. Maybe they want to show trust. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before our desire to remain undiscovered. And that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Blimey, keep yawning. Sorry everyone. Don't think of me too unkindly. It's very yawny. Oh, there's a crystal here. Oh, they're different. That's Mosey. Seen this times before. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand and claim they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of the Primus Ether may suffer severe corruption, even with treatments as suitable beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen the monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you think twice before thinking of a cure. No, what we're saying is, if we catch them early enough, you nutter, we'll be able to save them. The very fact that they get high exposure is what's causing them to be turned. You fool. What can I see? I can see crystal here. Unless it's underground. It's underground. I am yawning so much. I'm not even massively tired. I say that actually, I'm quite tired. There's just someone with a car parked. Spoilers! We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine this way. Oh, gosh. This is Territorium, one of Golemil's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait with me at the bottom of the stairs. Oh gosh, I always feel that this is going to be a trap. Theodora. Okay. Oh, so this is how we get to the crystal. Okay. It's a train station. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations.
They could have done a lot worse, even so. Imagine it's the easiest place to live. I better slow this down because I can't read that quickly. Indeed, if Ulysses is willing to make a perilous journey. Excuse me. Oh boy. Oh, it's a big one. Sorry, that was a really big one. Apologies. If Ulysses was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search for food, then their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but they're bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. It must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Well, that was getting hot very quickly. Oh, very hot very quickly. There's lots of people in here. Oh, it's just random chocobos. Come on, my friend. My chocobo's taking part too.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
My voice is familiar for some reason.
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
This is like an explosive collar.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for? You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
It's because I'm not a barbarian. I'm just basically trying to keep everyone alive.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
At least. As per Lord Quintus' instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time here in Throne. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any means to remove your collar. What would I tell you if I did? So, do you truly intend to speak to others, or is it merely a ruse? We are in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus. That's what you mean. Perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you done anything untowards, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magic of any sort. You, on the other hand, you may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well couldn't stop you if I tried. Don't forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphonone and Elise will pay the price. I don't tend to want to do stuff like that. Came with you, this, didn't you? Well, wherever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that Aphorite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city built by Guardians, for Guardians, could teleport all over the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aphorite power to keep the place lit. Though, that comes at the cost of its normal function. Ah, so it's not a crystal to teleport with, it's actually a crystal to power with. That's an interesting methodology. So cold. I know who you are, the so-called champion of the Eorzea. Come to Blight, have you? I'll wipe the smirk off your face by the blood of our fallen companions. That's where I taught the structures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance. I can't even muster the strength. If I weren't the third bleediness, that would be the end of you. Agandia's treachery nearly cost Lord Princess's life. But we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded, and prepared to strike back, and then night fell. We gathered around a radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. Capitals and chaos, but we were spared. We call this mercy, mind intact, body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down if I could. Will you stand if I could, murderer? I really believe that I'm the bad guy here, don't they? Why would you blame them, really? That's kind of what they've been led to believe, that we're bad guys. We are the reason that they're here, and not because their own sense of, I don't know. I'm Magitech radio. Beep, 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 beep. Bouncy, bouncy, bounce time. Bounce time. It's redacted. Right, it's the same model used in the Victor spoils. Perhaps it was what saved these soldiers from being tempered. It's you, Sir Noxie. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, but they were nothing to you. But baby, I am too. Just another faceless enemy to cut down. But it won't be long until my countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Oh dear. I truly don't understand the gravity of what's happened. Did you learn anything of note? Your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth or proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize this is a precious little that we can do at present. I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please will you help me tend to them? Sure thing, boss. I have nothing better to do than to tend to them. I'm just going to hold my hand over their heads, wait for them to suddenly get better. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you, the numbness has subsided a little. But I know, I won't last much longer. You should look at the others who can still fight and give them my ration. If me going hunting means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. I've got plenty of food on me. Can I give them the food I have? I just not do that. I just give them. Can I just not give them the food I've got? Those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we all warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we can gain permission to have contingent deliver supplies? Princess may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognise they're not in a position to refuse help. Maybe you could persuade him, although we need to persuade Julian first. Why can't I just go and get the supplies and just bring them in? Just go, there you go, eat. Enjoy it. I suppose I think it's poisoned or something stupid. Well, seen enough? Eunice, the people here are brave enough. Barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families keep kept. Rather, some stores away in the event of they're snowed in.
Still going out is getting dangerous work. A lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern though. Had some sarin set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified a culprit. Could have been a refugee or one of the afflicted, before we know. Either way, we're down to our last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are going to get worse instead of better. Oh no, yeah, it's guaranteed, isn't it? I think it's better. If it's sarin you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you can do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. The first scout spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted. When a bastard's words, law servants of the Tephori. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. He identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realised Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger with the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with Virginal to prepare for a combined assault on the Tephori. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be running the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before the reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. It's going to shock you for that. It's going to shock you. It's going to shut. I will speak with Lord Quintus. He said no. So, did he agree to it? No, of course not. No, he will not place Garlemald in the death of his enemies. Right, I need to be right back. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. I needed to rush off suddenly. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Okay, what's he gonna get his openness into now? Here's park materials. I get the joke. We will begin the search for ceruleum in Reggio Urbansima. The first location is Forum Solace, park to the northwest of the station. Remain close at all times, act only as ordered, follow me. Don't follow your orders, know me, I'm a rebel. Let's go! I wonder if there's a... There is. It's literally just far west now. What's up there? How did you get up there? By literally going past them. I'm ignoring your instructions because I'm a rebel. Get up here. There's the ether current there. It's attuned to it. Basically, by unlocking those, you can slowly get the ability to fly. Right now, it's not massively needed, but I'll need it no less soon anyway. Cutscene time. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all the buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were built later. A healthy society requires communal space for children to play and adults to socialise. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Vos Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No. You've already drained it dry. Same goes to the rest of the Macamura in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission we commence the search. I'm very good at finding things. Shop counter. Is a shop here? Rather small. By Guardian standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant store. Perhaps it was built for children to play shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any devices that would fuel my ceruleum. Ironic. I'm gonna come with her anyway. Surveying. Let's survey. So all points of interest are marked on the map for this foreign source. The pond, children play areas, and to your knowledge, however, none of them require the use of ceruleum. War Machina wreckage. Interacting. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Makacha confirms that the fuel canisters have long been since drained of ceruleum, as Julian said. Children's slide. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial war machine armed with a battery of weapons capable of transforming into different configurations. But on a closer look, it appears to be no more than a slide. I suppose we don't know really what slide looks like. We don't really have them when we are. Yes. Cutscene time. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nevertheless. Couldn't help you notice you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if it wouldn't. I dragged them out. He's sloppy wet. And all said and done every time. Every time I get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. Was a ceruleum powered here by any chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engines charging out a tank beneath a hatch. It was long ago. The water still flowed clear. Was it this brackish muck? Can't see a thing. Can't remember where hatch might be. The machinery mostly broken. The amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. The range is still bearably cold though. Yes, what are your thoughts on magic? The average guy wouldn't jump out of skin if they saw it, but the first have a few foreign significant medicine. Doesn't scare me. I take you wouldn't mind if I employ a little now. Alphanoid? Don't you have a knack for finding dry wood? Why did bring me some? Once that's done, Blast of Verfile should do the trick. Give it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extraction unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like the Tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in the park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? Down straight. Yeah, a friendly competition and make it interesting. Nice. That's on the fine ceruleum text of rotten egg. I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs after this is over. Don't shock it now. delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind dampen and your damp blood chills to the bone. I don't care. I'll live. Come on, keep going. Let's collect as many as we can get. Keep on going. There we go. Last one. Beneath the water, your fingers catch onto what you think is a handle. You open hatch and retrieve a cerulean tank that's not in my hand. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost. You've become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odour emitted from every eam of your body. Ulysses will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver your prize. I don't care. I'm so strong. Nicole, did you find anything? I hope you did. Have this. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphinaud a hand. Oh, bless him. He's going to help out. Call me an undone, because by the fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you had taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in the Lord Quintesside, there's still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, you would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all is well that ends well. Ulysses, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. He lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we found warmth and comfort at home. Coming from the snow, taking off your coats and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights of the houses, hearing the faint sound of laughter and the song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and be forgotten, grass make a triumphant turn. Grey clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb up to the top of the tallest buildings we could find to watch the right sunrise. Never again those rooftops of rubble, those friends dead, those memories. If I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We will need to hold on a little longer. Who's giving me the gloves? He's not going to be giving me the gloves. Where did they get the gloves from? Someone gave me gloves in this situation. But who is giving me the gloves? It don't make make any sense. What? I don't know what that means. Alright, now that you've recovered your escape, I can't remember the word, in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. No good deed. No good deed. No good deed. I like jumping around. Reminds me of the time I used to play. Wow. As you can see, this place is littered with remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I rediscovered the tanks from less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to salvage. We decided to save this for another time, that time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using a compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by their device is relatively weak, I would advise you staying clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the machina cerulean gauge, see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even if the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use explosives or not. Should you need more, come to me. Let's do everything. Let's blow up everything. Let's do them all. Understand? Let's get to work. I'm going to do all of them. All of them, I say. I say? Oh, fuel carry's empty. Oh no, so I won't do that one then, because it's empty. Explode it! Right, completely empty. No! I tried, I tried. Look at that big guy there. Looks like it's empty. Broken. So far I've got broken and empty. Retrieve the war machina cerulean tank to find it. It's still half full or half empty depending on your perspective. Please your discovery. Oh, is that it? That's easy. It's Mosey. Fly, my pretty, fly. More explosives? Wait, what is that what I think it is? Have a case of cerulean, my friend. Have it. You've done it again. Truly luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time to head back. Wait here while I go and see how Elise and Alphinaud are faring. Let's just wait here then, shall we, everyone? Let's wait to see what happens. Cutscene time, of course. Hydration time. Thank you, Emma. Thank you for
Finally
hydration.
escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Cool.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
Well, fan traders was watching.
After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside.
Excuse me.
When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
It's a bloody chair. There we go. There we go. I'm trying to sit back to like lean against the chair, but I feel like it's like too far back. It's a bit better.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage.
Yeah, a little bit more room. I think that's better.
For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground.
Sometimes the accents they choose is just amazing.
Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all what I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Okay. This is all about sudden change in plan.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
He doesn't want to be doing that. Oh dear. Alphino and Alizé will be fine, provided they do not resist. We will accompany back to your camp where I will meet your leader and present Lord Qantas' demands. Before we depart, however, something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. The task falls on Legionnaire Marthas and Octavia. You will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that you are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Elif for more details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet by the exit. Feels like there's a queue. I feel like a certain specific command word. What with me? As for the ill, so Lord Quintus reached his decision. I knew he would understand. They would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature. Who would defeat him, he must too be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of what Empire Varys, for the glory of Goldemort, I will fulfill my duty. What is going on? These were the most ill-born ones here. You again. As for the ill, he said. So, that's to be the way of it after all this. It's almost like I'm sending them to kill themselves. Ironically, you should be the one to deliver the news. Because if those are to be my orders, then should be it for the glory of Goldemort. Yeah, it is. They're going to be suicide bombers. What the hell are they doing? I don't understand. What do they think they're going to... What do they think they're going to... don't understand. Oh, that's different. I haven't seen that one before. Have you done as instructed? I'm not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this: you have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now, like it or not. We have to cooperate. There's one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. We have been nothing but understanding and nice. This is your treat. I feel like it's not necessarily his idea. I'll go back southwest anyway, that's the way I'm heading. Hopefully it's not massively far away. Now, west apparently. Julius lingers in the ruins, reluctant to leave, reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Cutscene time.
This is my home. Our home.
Saying goodbye.
At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped.
You weren't to know that Primal was going to call out. There's no way you could have known that.
The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
No.
I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
This is getting more depressing. Oh god, what is going to happen? I feel like there's going to be some kind of devastation or something's going to happen that's going to really hurt and piss me off.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Get closer. Share your body heat. You're going to survive longer by doing that.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realise it too.
I think he does. I think your dad does realise this. I think he's intentionally keeping you away from the forum. I think by disowning you, you don't become forum members, and therefore you don't learn the truth, and therefore can do something about it. I think it's his way of allowing you the opportunity to fight back.
Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alisaie.
Justinian.
The scouts have secured Alisaie and Alphinaud. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
I'm going to be bombers, but they're not.
We,
attacking.
the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
we received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Ala Mhigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Don't shoot yourself, you idiot. Don't do it. Oh, don't. Why? Freaking mad people.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
What are they trying to do?
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
He's dead. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. Rather than just work together and see the world come together in prosperity, he kills himself like a freaking coward. Before we proceed, tell me if you know the First Legion. Preparing for war while the refugees and their care are left to go hungry. Reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they swore to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we'd only incite panic, but perhaps they could be persuaded to follow on their own. Going Nudis back to the station and having led the refugees here, some may be unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alpha Knight, Lisa, and the scout sent to extricate them should already be at the station. Also have our comrades in the area lend support should it be needed. And this is point there's a quest here for I have arrived. Hi Purple Rage, welcome, and also you've been gifted a sub to the channel by an amazing viewer called Jay, who only joined us today and subscribed and also gave. What am I speeding through the content? Oh no, this is side quest stuff. I don't really mind about that. So congrats on that. You got your own subscription now. With it comes some extra. I've got no more fluids. You know this. I've drunk them already. I should get some more ready. Big conversation in it. Let's see what he says, and I'll go and grab some more fluids. You have my thanks for getting to agree to my proposal. Excuse me. Excuse me, everyone. That was rude and disgusting. That one was even worse. It's not as hot in here, but open the window was a good idea. Oh, bloody hell. How you all doing? I'm alright. I've been struggling today. I've had a bit of the old depression kicking in today. Just one of those days, unfortunately, and all my family are ill, so I've been looking after them, so I'm absolutely exhausted. I too am not very well, so I'm sweating constantly and very not very peaky. But you know, my day was massively improved though. Very unproductive despite best efforts. That feels like my day as well. But thankfully, we had an amazing person join the stream and massively cheered me up. It was wonderful. I think they're playing Final Fantasy XIV now, which probably would have not been very active since. But we appreciate the efforts. And yeah, now I'm doing some side quest stuff. I don't want to read all this side quest stuff. I don't tend to care too much about. Stuck in a loop. Yeah, I don't care. Let's go and find whatever we need to find. There's a engine over here that seems to be sparkling. Alright, I'm not purposely going around with the hogs. Mine has been okay, I'm just been resting. How's the home and stuff? How you been getting on? You alright? Been worrying about you. So obviously, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know, alright? I'll do my best. Even if it's just to chat to you, I'm always there. My own way, of course. There? Oh, it's just there. Cutscene again. Alas, I fear that each of those we examine are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue to live in their current state. Surely you jest. I swear my integrity as an engineer. You're in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of certain engines. Boy. I like to do the little green ones because they give you the opportunity to learn to fly, and that is all I care about. I just want to fly. Run, my pretty, run! Say fly, my pretty, but northwest, you say? Northwest, head that way. There's only so many places it could possibly be, which you will not do on Earth. Still northwest, which is they're going to be on top of this bit, and they're going to be at the other side of that. And northwest would be out here, it's north now. It's the other side of this ridge. Yeah, I'll let you know right now. I'll let you know right now. All your presents are plenty. I love your company and that. Thank you. That's wonderful. Well, you know, I wish I could do more. Honestly, wish I could do more. I need to get back into regularly streaming though. I feel like that's how I'm going to help create a community by streaming often. I've just been really unwell recently, and obviously my depression and stuff has really been kicking my ass. God, that's so strong. I still haven't quite figured out how to make that not so strong. Heading straight north, apparently. The areas that we've not unearthed yet. Not massively. Automated. That Callum. Still north. So it's not flat now. Anywhere. Keep going this way until it basically goes. Now go west. Okay, okay. There it is. Just collect these things, just makes it easier for later. Means we can fly and stuff. Flying is one of the best ways of getting around, it really is. East, straight east apparently. Going into the area. To be fair, we gotta go east. It feels like, I don't know about you guys, don't know if you're fans of animes and mangas, etc., but this feels kind of a little bit like Attack on Titan, Devastation. Northeast now. Northeast. Really close. Northeast. Let's go. There's a wall. If the door's blocked by a rock, I swear to God. Call it now. Sounds like they're ready to attack on Titan. Nice. Ah. No. There it is. Next quest is over there. Let's just keep going. Ah, no, he's gonna attack me. What are you gonna do? Oh, what am I gonna do? Southeast. South. Usually we're still on it. I hear it. It does make you laugh though that this is this location allows you to understand how to fly. Oh, it's miles away. Maybe like right down there somewhere. I'll leave that one for now. I have unlocked a lot of this area though. I think as you move around you get... Is that the last one? I don't know. That's two. Two left. Speaking of mangas, I've been working on a BL manga that I've had for a while. I deleted 12 chapters by accident, so I had to redraw and type the words. Ooh, what manga? Well, I don't know what I don't know what BL stands for, by the way. I have no idea. Probably tell me, I'll be like, oh, it means that. Yeah. Friendly reminder to go to bed soon, Noxie. Fool. It's late and you're still recovering. Yeah, true, right? I'll probably get woken up again. I was up at frickin' 5 o'clock in the morning. my daughter decided that, you know, she was ill and wanted to wake up. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. All the more reason to get some sleep where you can. True. I'll tell you what, we'll complete this story arc bit, and then I head back to the main city, and then I'll save and quit. After news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties, and then when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. He would. I don't like those kind of... I don't like these type of stories. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course, shall Legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. As in what? Sam and Dean? Supernatural with Cascale. Cass, yeah. That kind of supernatural. Could have said Yowie. I know the term Yowie, but I know that one. Just didn't know the BL meant boys love. Your Winchesters. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken to Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We need to speak to refugees. They have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for others, but we'll see they reach to our camp safely. Aye. South right there. Wait, what? Oh, it's underground. Gosh dang it. I started following the signs. Slasher M. Don't understand the lettering system. There's probably a reason for it, but I just don't know what that is. Mail? I don't know. Excuse me. Promise I'm not yawning. Promise. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see it again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. It took us a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one at Letherum is also functioning normal, so that's where you're staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving the place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. So I tune to it while I'm here then. Yeah. I'm attuned now. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. Thought you were one of us. That makes any difference now. Pure bloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the word starts to lose the meaning, and you're left with just anger, fear, and hate. And I'm just too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'll gladly accept. I hardly had anyone turn me down. Bloody hell. How's he on? It snuck in, it really did. Stop looking at Thancred. We have much to discuss. A rescue, the attack on the camp, Broken Glass. What we'd hope to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are there any refugees willing to come to a camp? There's plenty. Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first, secure the route back to the Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and Tempest skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's chain, courtesy of our Lucian friends. I save it for the temper though. I mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Right. Riffraff. Do we do riffraff? Should we do the riffraff and then bed? Riffraff and then bed. My body is really reacting to something right now. I'm not quite entirely sure what it is. It's not happening, whatever it is. Oh, another glowy thing. So yawny. I'm so yawny. Yawny. Search for the azure haired boy. It's over there. We want a big Titan-like creature to appear. And they try and gobble up people. I could be absolutely right with what I was thinking. It keeps sneaking up on me, that son of a bitch. Sat here just calm as you like, and next thing I know, my body's going, I'm going to yawn really loud. How am I supposed supposed to navigate this? I can't get around it. Oh, I found you. I can see you. I'm coming for you. I'll find the way to you. Here to find you, you moron. Oh no, not Mother. Ugh. Stop following me! Alright, you brat. Oh. I was supposed to do this with monsters. I'm going home no matter what. Must have been the wind. How are you not seeing that massive automated satellite thing right in front of you, boy? How you... what? How's that even happening? Perhaps I've lost him. I've lost something, right? Must have been the wind. God damn it! He ran and I was like, I can't, there's nowhere I can go. Rubbish. That was absolute rubbish. It was like gasp as I ran towards me. I was like, I got nowhere to go. That was mean and unnecessary. Oh, such a pain in the ass these ones as well. It's like, oh, you gotta follow the person and not let them see you and other things. Gasp. Must be the wind. Perhaps I lost him. Must be the wind. Not that chance. I'll do this again. Ugh. I'm just not. Gasp. This way is blocked too. Must be the wind. Must have been the wind. Perhaps I lost him. I'll wait for him now to come this way. Can't be. Can't move. No, our home. It was right here. You again? Leave me alone. I'm staying here to build a new house, bigger and better than the old one. This is a child who knows no better. Make sure he gets into no harm. Over there. This runner's got very little of gas. Give us some greens left. To go dock on those again, I think. It's Mosey. Just go home, you fool. Why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? How'd your mother feel if anything happened to you? Child. I don't care what you say. We don't need your help. But Mother's worried I should go back to the station. I'm straight you should. Son. That'll do. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Who knows? Might be on for another session and not too long. I don't know. I really enjoyed playing this on stream. So much story, so much depth to the game. It's ridiculously great. But I think it was time for us to move on. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up people to raid. They're live now.
I feel like I've been on edge.
Oh, what? What? I'm so confused. I thought these were saying that these people are online now. Okay. I'm so confused. I won't lie, I'm massively confused.
Have you heard the one about...
Why is everything unmuted? Oh, I know who you're gonna raid. I haven't raided this person ages. Okay, so we're gonna go raid Coyote Wildfire, who's an amazing person. Go say hello, send them love. They're currently playing Devour with their community. So yeah, let's go ahead and say hello, and I'm going to switch over to the end screen. Stick around for raid. Hope to see you again soon.